Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Let's do some more Might Magic 3. Yes, please. Oh. Okay, good. I think... Is that the improved audio? I can't actually tell. Yes, it is. Okay. Right, here we are in Wildebar. What were we doing last time? I think we just finished defeating the ninja clan in here. Yes, so we have to find Brother Delta in the cavern below Wildebar. There might be some other caverns and dungeons which I want to go through before we go through there though. Let's see, what are our levels? 9, 9, 10, 9, 9, 9. Okay, we have food for 13 days. We have a good amount of gold and gems. I might want to drop those off though. I don't think I found the passcode for the teleporter here. It's not written on one of these walls, is it? Nope. Yeah, this. So I don't know how to get back here if I want to. I can sidestep, but I can't, It doesn't let me to hold down control and step backwards. And that's the temple, yeah. I do kind of wish you could see text on walls from a distance. Okay, that's the dark way, back where all the ninja were. Oh, right. That's the little cubby where there was some treasure. Ah, okay. Here we go. Since the days the ways of magic began, was this portal known to be Freeman? Okay. Gordon? Let's see. Let me just write this down. Okay. Fountainhead is home. Baywatch equals Sea Dog. Wildebar equals Freeman. Okay. There we go. What do you do? Oh, right, you're... You're the, brother. Okay. Oh, yes, you give me membership, but I've already got that. And I think I've purchased all the spells which I need to. You're a sailor. You'll give me pathfinding or something, I guess. which I believe we already have. No, that's the caverns. You give me Master at Arms. Let me just have a look at these, because I need to find out what these different skills give me. Okay, Arms Master. Increases your chance to hit during combat. The amount of the increase is directly related to the level of the character. Knights start out with this skill. Okay, so that would be good to give to other people. Please? Thank you. Yes. So give it to the Paladin. Yes. You. Yes. Cleric. I mean, it's 500. Let's give it to everyone. Okay, also, before I forget, so we found a really good item last time, which increased the luck of a character by a huge amount. I believe I gave it, yeah, to Frederick, because I was like, oh, luck, that will increase his to hit chance. This Leprechaun's brooch, which Leprechauns is the highest luck modifier you can get on an item. We are going to give this to Quail, because luck is the base stat, or luck is the most important stat for robbers. That will improve his lockpicking capabilities and so on. Because while luck may increase to hit chance, accuracy would have much more of an effect. I'm not used to accuracy being an actual stat in role-playing games. You know, might, strength, intellect, intelligence, personality, just so, endurance, constitution, speed, agility, or dexterity, whatever. Accuracy, yeah. There's no, like, wisdom stat or anything like that, so I have to think in terms of this game, not in not in other games. Yeah, some people's accuracy is very low. There might be some people which could raise my accuracy. I think there's some trainers which I might be able to spend some money at to increase my stats, at least up to 25. That might be worth doing. If it's a one-off payment to permanently increase my stat, even if it's just up to 25, that would probably be very worth it. Just raising everyone's stats up in that regard. Also, I want to check something else. So, last time I was going across those acid pools, and I was saying, you know, oh, I'll cast protection from elements to protect me from the acid damage, but then it seemed like I was getting hurt by it anyway. And when I was reading about the spell, it was saying protect one person from that element, and it doesn't let me choose. It just, I guess, randomly casts it on someone. But then something else I read said that it would actually cast it on the entire party, which makes a bit more sense when the gem down here lights up, that it's affecting the entire party rather than just affecting one person. So let me check something. What resistances do you have? I'm going to buff people's fire resistance, I think. So you have 7, and you have 7. You have 0. You have 2. You have 5. And you have 10. Okay, I'm not going to remember all that. But I only need to remember the first 2 have 7. And we'll cast. And we'll cast from fire protection. There we go. So this gem up here is lit up. Let's have a look at our resistances. Your resistance is 7. Yours is 7. Yours is 0. Yours is 2. Yours is 10. And yours is 5. I think... Did yours increase? 7, 0, 2, 10, 5. Am I reading the right stat? Yeah, I am. So... do you have a... like a listed... effect on you at the moment? Let me try again. Cast. Okay. New. Protection from elements. Cast. Cold. 7, 7, 0, 12, 10, 5. So if I rest and check your resistance, it was 12. Now it's still 12. Does that not list modified resistances under there? Because I think protection from elements increases the level of a resistance by the level of the caster. No, I want to go. Okay, let's go here. I just want you to tell me about these spells. Temporarily raises the resistance of your party to elemental damage. The more disciplined the caster, the greater the resistance. Okay. I'm going to take it at face value there and say if it says it affects my party, it affects the entire party. And that Azag down there was dying from something else. I'm still confused about last time when we were going through those acid pits and Azag died and it was like... I don't know why he was dying. I don't think it was from old age. And it was, and he died when I went over an acid pit. But his health didn't diminish. His health bar was still green. It's just he was dead. And I don't... I mean, did the acid pits have some kind of instant death on them? I guess he could have been just instantly killed and dissolved. But I would have thought that would have happened more often if I was stepping over them. And it, you know, that was like, it was only when I was leaving that that became a thing. Oh well, anyway. We'll purchase these other spells for Frederick. He's not that good of a spellcaster, but I'll keep them just so that I have the flexibility anyway. That's weird. I mean, no, okay, so they're flipping the skybox every step I take. To make it, you know, seem like, oh, it's to see like it's changing a bit, but at nighttime it looks weird because the moon's flipping back and forth. Okay, so where was that portal? Wrong place. Nope. Nope. Sorry if all this moving around is disorientating. I know I find it very difficult to follow where people are going when I watch these types of games. Because you don't have the benefit of pressing the buttons on the keyboard, like I do. So, unless you keep your eyes rooted to the compass down there. Hello, I have skulls for you. There we go. 4,000 gold. I guess we gave him 4 skulls. The bank's closed. Okay, here we go. Yes. Okay, I'd like to deposit. Let's deposit gold. We'll put in that much, and gems. Actually, no, let's just put it all in, and we'll withdraw an amount. Because I believe we get interest off of this. So, the more we store in there, the better it is over time. Theoretically, the same holds true for real bank accounts, but I can say my interest rates are terrible. Let's take 40,000, and gems will take about 500, I guess. The thing is that a lot of these things around the world actually ask for a huge amount of gems and gold. They're like, oh, give me 2,000 gems. I'm not too willing to just give up 2,000 gems like that. Okay, so where do we go? So there's a temple down here which we can go to. I think it's here. Yeah, this is the Temple of Mu, or the Temple of Ba, or something. Then there's another one over this way. This one. Which, we were actually in this one. Yeah, this one had the bugaboos in it. And, I think it has some cyclops in it as well, but we didn't face any of those. I got some nice loot out of there, defeated a bunch of bugaboos, but didn't manage to defeat all of them. There was a few too many, so... don't have the key for that. Oh. Oh, right, that's a create food scroll, which you can always dig up there. Let's go to... Let's go in here. Let's see whether we can, do this. Ancient Temple of Mu. Right. Frederick. Yeah, you can cast light. Ooh. Undead. There's some nice music in here. Okay, well, we can defeat skeletons. Nothing but maggots. The party found a light scroll. No, we've already got it. Nothing but maggots. A sacred silver skull. Okay. I want you to cast Turn Undead. There we go. Ow! There was a pit. Okay then. Cast you new levitate. There we go. Great treasure is hidden within these walls. Do you mean that literally? I'll break down the wall. I do like how the dungeons look in this game. There's some nice environment variety. There we go. Very nice. Suppress poison scroll. Well, we already know that. Hello. Okay. Evil things lurk in the dungeon of White Shield. I believe White Shield's one of the castles. Okay. Haha, there was a pit in front of that door. But we're levitating, so it didn't do anything. And in front of that one. There we go. How much magic does that cost for you to cast? 5 spell points and 2 gems. Okay. What do you mean you can walk across the pit? Enemies don't adhere by the same rules. Suppress disease. I think we actually know cure disease. Hang on. Yeah, you know cure disease. Nope. Okay. What's behind here? Ah, more zombies. No spell points. There we go. Oh yes, there was something I was going to say. During combat, these icons over here change. We have attack, cast spells, that's flee. I forget what that is. This is block. You can tell your party member to try to block an attack, which I guess could be useful if you know that they're going to be targeted by an attack. Like, my cleric's going to be hit by this skeleton because undead hate clerics. So I could just get my cleric to block the attacks every round instead of try to attack. And it might help mitigate some of the damage he would otherwise take. Yeah, that's use an item. I guess that's attack. Oh, that's quick fight. Okay. And then I think there's like quick fight the entire battle or something. We have to be careful because I believe there's a Now I don't think that's an enemy. Yeah, that's a statue. Sacred Silver Skull. Silent Scroll. No, we already know silence. What do you have to say? The statue of Firemane, mascot of Moo. The plate reads, "Those with the courage and strength to find this place have proven themselves worthy of the title Crusader." Nice. I think that's pretty much what you come here for. You're already. So yeah, that gives everyone in our party Crusader as one of their skills, which provides a benefit that we can actually go inside the castle now. I guess if you had an entire party made up of knights, you could go in there. Or was it paladins which get Crusader? I think it's paladins which start with Crusader. But yeah, since we found that, we can now go into the castle. Let's have a rest. Okay. Also, I might want to cast a protection spell. Let's see. Oh yeah, but cast levitate. They've got power shield. I believe power shield increases your AC by the spellcaster's level on a target member of your party. Which we'll cast on Brianna. There we go. Very good. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. You. New. Dragon breath. Acid? Ow. There we go. The Cleric of Moon. Hitting us. Hitting the entire party like twice for electrical damage. Nothing but maggots. Ancient jewelry. Ooh, could sell that. And there's some chests. Ancient runes of the Moo cult decorate the lid of the chest. Try to open? Yes. Yay! Found a medal, a helm, a shield, and 143 gold. What about in here? Yes. 2,000 gold. Okay, that's not that much treasure. But, did you see it? Hehehe. North, west, north, east, south. I wonder what that's for. Ancient jewelry. Fireball scroll. Yes, please. Azag. 209 gold. Split belt, maybe? Belt. Flumberg. Padded armor. Boots. $6,000 gold, 60 gems. I believe each person can carry a maximum of 18 items. Let me write this down. In the temple of Mu. North. West. North. East. South. North, west, north, east, south. Wait, hang on. Okay. If you follow those instructions, you'd pretty much just end up back where you were to begin with. What's this say? The halls of the ancient temple of Mu are filled with undead warriors that were once glory seekers, come to witness the statue of Firemane, mascot of Mu. The statue is said to transform wanderers into crusaders. The bones of those strong enough to resist the reanimating magic of the cleric of Mu litter the floor. Okay. Right. We can only see part of the temple. Those who challenge the cleric of Mu shall perish. Well, we didn't. We're too good for that. Okay, let's see. We haven't been up here. Nope. Search the walls of the Cathedral of Carnage for the secret code. Okay. Well, okay. Okay, I can see some more skeletons over there. Excellent. That was overkill, but hey. Nothing. Oh, there's even more skeletons. Get over here. Excellent. What's in here? Oh, he got hit by something. You found a mace, a staff, boots, and 141 gold. How are you going? Okay. You haven't been aged. I guess you got hit for... Yeah, maybe you got hit for some damage. There we go. 1,000 gold. A pain scroll. Sure. Azag. He can't understand it. There we go. It's actually good that I ended up going with the party I did, because Frederick and Brianna both share learning clerical spells, whereas Azag learns like druidic or nature spells, and Cheery learns arcane spells, and that's all 3 schools of magic. I believe the starting party doesn't actually include a nature spellcaster. So making your own party which has a druid or maybe a ranger is a good decision, just so that you have access to all the possible spells. There's sort of like classes which are full spellcasters of a class, and then there's classes which are like a half a spellcaster in that magic school. So, you know, cleric's a full spellcaster, and then you have the paladin, which is a half. So the sorcerer is the full, and the half is, I think, the archer. Which is a little weird, but well, whatever. As long as there's no more zombies. We haven't been, diseased by them, though, which is nice. Okay. We found a sacred silver skull. Hold on. Open up the chest last. Dancing skeletons are carved on the wooden chest. Try to open? Yeah, sure. Fix the lock. 500 gold. And he took some damage there. There we go. Let's rest up. Okay. Oh, unlocked door. Yeah, okay, let's do that instead of just bashing it down. Oh, hello, zombies. There we go. And again. Oh, hello. Even more. I believe when you have a group of enemies like that, the most powerful will be first put in the middle, and then they'll go on to the left, and then they'll go on to the right. So it will be most powerful, second most powerful, third most powerful. There we go. Oh, hello, even more. Oh no more spell points. Frederick, can you cast Turn Undead? You can. Okay, good. Do so. Excellent. Just to have a look left and right. It might have been telling us the path you need to take in one of these rooms to avoid the pits. Turn Undead scroll. Read it? No. $149 gold, longsword, crossbow, staff, shield. All this loot. Very nice. Again, this is what I like about this game. Just the random loot and delving into dungeons, and every chest is just like, oh, these goodies. 3,000 gold. Because a lot of this is randomized, so every time you play the game, you can end up with different items, which would help you in different ways. I believe there is loot which is consistent, but it's like very specific instances of it. It doesn't look like there's anything else in here. What's up with this room? Oh, I guess the room's just not perfectly round. Okay. Maybe they ended up getting too close to the edge of the map. So they had to squish it up a little. Is that everywhere which we can go in here? And let me have a look at a map of the dungeon. Where is it? Okay. Right, so we've been there. That's the entrance. Been up there. We've been there. And we've been there. Okay, I think that's all the places in the Temple of Mu. This, as the walkthrough says, this is the easiest dungeon, so you ain't seen nothing yet. There we go. But yeah, it's still not something I would have wanted to have done. I guess we could have done that after we cleared out Baywatch, but oh well, whatever. I don't know this game, so I'm not playing in the most efficient manner possible. Right. Loot time. What do we have? Iron cutlass. Let me bring up my list of list of items and all that. Okay. Iron cutlass. Oh, hold on. It's off screen slightly. There we go. I don't know why it's pausing whenever I do this now. Okay. Iron cutlass. 2 to 8. Iron is +1. And +2 damage. Yeah, we've got better. Who could use that anyway? Robber, ranger. What does my robber have? What does Quail have as a weapon? Frost, pearl, short sword. So it's dealing frost damage. Pearl is +2/+2. And a short sword is 2 to 6. So that's 4 to 8. So the cutlass is 4 to 10 and +1 to hit, whereas pearl is +2 to hit. So it deals a bit more damage, but it's not going to be hitting as often. I think we could just sell that. It's not that big of a difference. Thought Ring of Distortion. Thought is a modifier for intellect. It increases intellect by +8. Of distortion is going to give me time distortion as a spell to cast with it. So that ring is still good for anyone who uses intellect. That would be... well, cheery. Let me just have a look at a list of which classes use what stats. Hang on. Okay, hold on. It's just under character creation. Let's see. Might, Knights and Paladins, sure. Intellect. Determines how many spell points your character will get if you're one of these classes: Archer, Sorcerer, Druid, or Ranger. Okay. Personality. Determines how many spell points your character will get if you're one of these classes: Cleric, Druid, Ranger, or Paladin. Okay. So... Cleric or Paladin want personality. Intellect, Sorcerer, and Druid. So Azag and Cheery. Speed, that affects everyone. Endurance is how many hit points you will get. Prime statistic for Paladins, Barbarians, and Rangers. Accuracy, whether or not you'll hit with a monster with a spell or weapon. And... Luck improves your chance of being unaffected by a hostile status-changing spell, avoiding a trap, running from a battle, or picking a lock. Okay. Oh, hang on. Let me just go drop these silver skulls off. Hello? There you go. I don't know what you're doing with those skulls, sir, and I would rather not know. Okay. So, Iron Cutlass, we don't need that. Steel Plate Mail. That's actually pretty good. Plate Mail, well, that's not the best. Plate Armor is the best. Plate Mail is +8. Steel is +4, so that's going to be +12 armor. You have Emerald Chainmail. Emerald is +12. Chainmail is +6, so that's +18. You have... Plate Armor of Arrows, which is increasing your might by 5. Plate Armor is +10, so this is better. But I do like the might bonus that's giving you. And it's plate mail, so only Knights and Paladins can use it. Okay. Do I want to swap that over? I still don't know whether, like, the +5 points of might is good for him or not. It's not that much. We might outgrow it pretty soon. Gold leather armor. Well, that will be useful for the Druid. Gold is +6. Leather armor is 3, so that's +9. I think I've already got something like that, don't you? You've got steel. That's +4. Okay, then. You've got a new suit of gold leather armor. Azag. There you go. Let's see, what have you got? Steel ring mail. Robbers can wear that. What have you got? Steel chainmail. That's better than the ring mail. Okay, so we don't need that. Iron tiara. Doesn't provide any bonus. Iron is +1 AC. Yeah, we can sell that. amber shield. Amber is +3. Shields are 4. So that's 7. You've got a steel shield, which is +4. So that's better. You've got a steel shield. You have a chance jewel. You can't use shields. And you can't use shields either. Okay, so we don't need that. Ancient jewelry, just sell. Brass metal. I'm pretty sure that's basically useless. Yeah, that's -2 to AC, so. Leather helm. That's just a helmet. That's +2 AC with no extra changes on it, so. That's completely useless. Well, it's not useless, but it's not special. Pyrrhic brass shield. So, brass modifier, yeah, -2 shield, so that's +2 AC instead of +4. But what's Pyrrhic? Oh, there it is. It's an element. Okay, so it gives +9 fire resistance. If it didn't have the brass modifier, that would actually be pretty good. But I don't want to lower my AC that much for +9 fire resistance. So I'll give that to Frederick. Silver split mail. Split mail +7. Silver's +2, so that'll be +9. Nobody needs that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, only the cleric can wear it, and cleric has scale armor, which is not better, but you have steel scale armor, which I think is better. +4. That's 11. Yep. So silver split mail, not as good. Lapis belt. Belts provide no bonus. But lapis means that it gives +2. So who does not have a belt? You don't have a belt. You don't have a belt. You've got an iron belt. You don't have a belt. And you don't have a belt. Okay, so who's got the lowest AC? Cheery. I might just give that to Brianna. You can wear that. Bronze Flamberg. Well, bronze is +2, but I don't really want another person using a two-handed sword. Iron padded armor. I believe I have a better robe for Cherry, so we don't need that. Silver boots. That's +2. You've got ebony boots. You have gold boots. You have gold boots. You have silver boots. Yeah, they are silver boots. You have lapis boots, and you have iron boots. Iron is +1. Lapis is +2. Same as silver. Okay, so we'll replace Cherries with the silver boots. And a glass mace. Glass provides no bonus, so that's useless. Hold on. Okay, wooden staff. Whatever. Brass boots, whatever. Brass longsword, whatever. Lapis crossbow. You got a long bow. Lapis again means +2 hit bonus and +2 damage. Crossbow 4 to 8. But that pumps it up, I think, to 6 to 10. And the longbow deals 5 to 10. So yeah, that is better. Leather staff, forget that. The longbow, I'll give it to... I'll give it to, like, Irala afterwards, because it's better than a crossbow. Torch, wooden shield, gold leather armor. Right, yes, I was going to give you that. So... you got steel leather armor. Remove that. Let me just check this. That all my math is correct. So your AC is 26. Remove 7. 28. Good. You remove boots. Equip those. Equip the Thought Ring of Distortion. The extra intellect there will be nice. Intellect is 44. Very good. Okay. I don't think we need to go to different shops for selling. I believe all shops will give you the same amount of money as each other. Oh, let me sell this shield of distortion. I'm not using it. So, yep. Iron cutlass, sell. Steel plate mail, sell. Steel ring mail. Iron tiara. Amber shield. And brass medal. There we go. We'll leave. And give that. Okay, sell ancient jewelry, sell the leather helm, sell that. Okay. I'm exchanging all the weapons to Irala because she's got mercantile. No. Ancient jewelry. There we go. The longbow can go to her. Remove 8. Equip 8. There we go. Let me just reorder my inventory here. Okay, there we go. Anything else? Steel leather armor. Wooden shield. Yeah. You have a torch, iron boots. Give them to Frederick. Okay, cool. I'll just sell those with Frederick. I'm not too fussed about that. It's, you know, they're not worth that much in the first place, so... I mean, the wooden staff is worth 2, so, yeah. Okay. So, yes. Okay, and the steel thing, and the crossbow. Sell wooden shield. Sell iron boots. Okay, do you have any other items which might be of use to us? Wooden short sword. It's useless. Amazing. Crystal plate bale. It's useless. Amazing. Ropes and hooks. I will purchase some more of those. We've got a spell for it, but... Ooh, a mind brooch. That gives +3 intellect. That's not that much, but I will purchase it. Because it's only 500. Okay. Mind brooch. That can go to... you. The Quatlu coin can go to you. Did someone else have a Quatlu coin? No. There we go. Do we have only 3 of those? I thought we had some more. Oh no, I would only have 3 because I got 1 from each of the brothers. So, do I have a brooch on you? You got a silver brooch, which is increasing your, Oh, you can wear 2 brooches. Okay, never mind. Okay, you now have an intellect of 47. Can we do any training? You need... And, okay. Looks like you can only train up to level 10 here. Okay, let's see, what do you have? Another longbow. Sure, I'll purchase that, because we have a crossbow which I can replace it for. Armor. Bronze plate armor. Nope. And everything else is iron. Yep, okay, that's fine. What about this? Brass wand, no. Static brass jewel. Well, brass lowers AC. Static. That's +9 electrical resistance. Yeah, that's not worth it. Why do they always put brass on an object which is increasing your resistance? Annoying! Okay, so where's the, Okay, here's the training ground. Okay, nobody has, oh, right, and we've been there, so, yep, nobody has enough experience to train. I think we can leave. Okay, I said I'll make a save. There we go. And I'm just going to take a quick break. So I'll pause the recording here and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Okay, so we just came out of there. Oh, right. Yeah, this is a Wildebar. I really haven't explored around here. Danger, no fishing. Wait, what were you going on about? Tumult's domain. High above the castle flies the banner of the Crimson Grail. Enter Castle Bloodrain. No thanks. Not yet. That place sounds like bad news. Some enemies behind there. Oh, it's Mantis. Okay. Right, okay, I've explored all the way out here. Okay, there we go. Come across a small alcove carved inside in the mountain. We found a mall. Okay. It's sad that you can't, like, pick enemies off like that. Oh. Okay, Bugaboos up that way. I believe Mantis actually poison you. Yeah, that noise isn't piercing at all. Hello, welcome. Tinnitus, yeah. And this is what you're getting with a fancy audio card. Imagine what it would be like with the default. Hey, artifact point. Okay. I hope we're doing well. Plate armor. A club. So I think Bugaboos did electrical damage? Right, and they don't like, yeah, they don't like spellcast. They don't like our, mage. Hold on, I need to check some of the spells again. Okay, so let's see. Okay, nature spells. What's Nature's Cure do? This spell heals a character for a total of 25 HP. Okay. Revitalize. Removes the weak condition from a character. Oh, okay. That's what that does. Okay. Let's try a good old fireball. Got an undead. Cold Ray. No spell points. Oh, you got 9. Okay. Well... yeah, cast Nature's Cure on them. No spell points. Dr. Cloud? Please kill the ghoul. Thank you. Wrong person. Ah. In the center of the hut is a hideous black marble statue of a demon's wings outstretched in a ritual pose. It is the shrine of Shagreen, general of the gargoyles that once haunted Locust Grove. Pray at the shrine? No. Let's retreat. And we'll go to the temple to heal. Where is it? Where's the temple here? This way. Okay. Protection from elements. Cast electricity. More bugaboos. New. No dispel points. Blah. The grave looks freshly exhumed. Examine closer. No, not right. Hold on a moment. A rotting corpse whispers to you with earthly smelling air. The more there is of it, the less you see. What is it? Shadow? Night? Darkness? Light? Technically, if there's a lot of light, you can't see anything. Shadow. Wrong. Blackwind the Spellbinder married Anathema on day 60. There we go. Okay, let's write that down. That'll probably be useful at some point. Door's locked. I don't have the blue key. Okay, let's actually, maybe people's hold on. 9 and 2. 9 and 2. I'm assuming the cleric's protection from element spell was the same as the druid's. I don't see why they would be different. Several large bugaboo larvae squirm in the pressed dirt of the open grave. Destroy the grubs? Yes. The small stones you throw at the larvae strike them with a dull thud. 25,000 experience. Yay, we get 50 gems. No more of those around here. Oh, hello. Hello, there was another one behind you. Okay. Oh, an enchant item scroll. Yes, I do. I think that's really good. It will allow us to, well, basically make our own magic items. I think it will give give items you cast it on, like, etherealize. Effects like like the ones which boost your stats. Yeah, this. Ah. quite a lot of you back there. Teleport scroll. Yes, please. Okay, yeah, they're all enclosed in the little circle of mountains there. What's this? Oh, arachnoid cavern. Oh, hey, giant spider. We can't see it, so there we go. Uh. Hello. Dino beetle. Okay, didn't seem to be too much trouble. Man, they're quick. Find nothing. Yellow fortress key. Hey. I wonder what that did. There's something there. Toxic worm, right. The fact that we can't hit it is not good news. Yeah, okay. Don't open that room. Ow, we're back here. Did I really not save earlier? Okay, well we get this. Let me check out bugaboos again. I want to see what their resistances and all that are. They resist magic. Okay. Let's see. So it's got high magic resistance, but it's also got resistance to fire, electric, cold, poison, and energy at 50, whereas magic is at 80. It has 2 attacks per turn. The damage is 2d12. Apparently it's magical, not electric. Okay. So that's why my protection from elements wasn't really doing anything. So I guess, you know, yeah, hitting them immediately is the best way to deal with them. Just a lot of damage. Okay, let me just get that. I don't think there's any triggers in the game for like having read something like that. Okay, so now if we cast Revitalize, there we go. Yeah, she was weakened. Yeah, get rid of those. Etherealize. I think that does that... I'm not too sure what that does. I was going to say it might reverse the effects of disintegration, but... it might do something else. It might just make you... ghost-like. Okay, I do want to try and deal with these, so... Ow. That is a lot of ghouls, holy moly. Simple abandoned looking shack, enter. Yes. Well then. We found plate armor. But everyone died. Let's retreat back to the town. And heal up. I hate it when that happens. Oh, it's just a house. You want to go in? Sure. Everyone's dead. Not even as much of a... Are you sure you want to do that? I do find that a little annoying about the game. Where it's like, oh, I enter this shack and I get an item. I enter this shack and I just die. It's just... wears on you a little. Let's see, what have you got? 9 points. Acid stream. Yep. Wop wop. Okay. Ow. Right. We can't deal with that. Oh, there was something else around here. Right, on this island here, on the highest peak of the mountain, sits a small, simple shack. Enter? Yes. Resting on a crimson pillow within a case of glass sits a gold card with an engraved pyramid. Break the glass? Yes. You're not strong enough to break the glass. Right, so I have had a bit of a read ahead, and this is something which we want to get. I kind of knew that beforehand, but it's apparently something which we might be able to get soon. I think you need 50 might to be able to break the glass, and I think there is a statue nearby which can buff your strength up to be able to get it. We might leave it there just for the moment so I don't end up losing it somewhere. Because I don't think we can really make any use of it at the moment. Hello, Wex. How's it going? Prowess and Sorcery 3. Islets and Terra. Yeah. Alternate titles, also known as... Oh, spider. I thought I got rid of all the spiders around here. Oh, looks like they just keep respawning down here. Yeah, that really was not worth it. Let me just reload. I can never get rid of all the spiders. Being Australian, I should know that better than anyone. And it's true. You kind of just try to, I guess, live in harmony with the spiders. They can deal with the mosquitoes. Supposedly. Let's actually go... No, that's the Arachnid Cavern. Delightful. I didn't want to deal with the spiders again. Are you poisoned? You're making a face. Hold on. Frederick. No, don't cast. Cure poison. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, here. So, let's rest. Okay. The banner of the White Wings waves in the wind high above the gates of Castle Whiteshield. Enter? Yes. What's in here? Merriment and glee fills the hearts of those who sit in the Jester's throne. Have a seat? Or... Irala laughs hysterically. How wondrous. I am Praethus, protector of the relics. Many artifacts once rested in the castle shrine, but they were plundered in the Great War of old between the alignments of men. If in your journey you should come across one of our missing artifacts, you will be handsomely rewarded for its return. A stately statue of a royal guard. Read the inscription? Sure. Dedicated to the champion of justice Astriel, lost in the war with the gargoyles. Seek the 4 warriors, north before south, east before west. Subtract the castle's name and you'll pass the test. Oh boy, riddles. Okay. Thick thighs on those statues. Yeah, they're very statuesque. I've got that power lifter build. B for west. Okay. So let's see. Let's try and figure that out a little bit later. I don't think I have enough information as of yet. Jodel, guardian of purity, lost in an expedition through the frozen isles. A ladder passes down into the dungeon. These will be eradicated. Descend? No. And I don't believe they're kidding. Dedicated to the memory of Leadbest. Leadbest? Leadbest. Leadbest, I guess. Defender of truth. Lost in the taking of Evil Eye Forest. Okay. Dedicated to Teshi, protector of the common good, lost in the campaign against the beasts of Fire Isle. Let me save. Hello? Dedicated to the memory of Leadbest. Okay, we're back here. Went and loop. Death to Malefactor. Oh, what'd that say? Joke of the day. What is the difference between a ball and a prince? One is thrown to the air, the other is heir to the throne. Some castle guards behind there. Let's not pester them. Zealot, King Righteous. Truly, this is a despairing time in this great land. The powers of the evil one, rallied under the banner of the flaming sword, are ever gaining strength. An advantage is hard to be gained, for the King Chaotic chooses to undermine any advances of mine and all my foes. If you will deliver to me the ultimate power orbs, that I may place them in the castle chantry, the way of the war may once again bend in favor of my army. Okay. Hello, welcome, Sugnif. Don't think there's anything really else around here. Oh, aside from these chests. So, let's save. A box crafted from dark some gemstones. Open? Yes. Alarm sounds. The stamping feet of castle guards thunder in the distance. Fix the lock. We get a katana, a short bow, a saber, an amulet, a brooch, leather armor, and 1,000 gold. We should try the air hockey tables. Oh yeah, they do look like those. I like how the music's changed. No, don't save. Let's see the items we got. Yeah. Very good stuff. Hold on. Sorry. That's a little loud. I am going to, I don't know. It's just this area which is a little loud, so I'll just turn it down a little bit more. How am I? I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Hope you're doing alright. So, yeah, let's see. We got Obsidian Ball, Holy Plate Armor, Obsidian Club, Obsidian Plate Armor, Lapis Katana, Silver Short Bow. So, yeah, Obsidian is the best material in the game. Oh no. Well, I hope you recover from that quickly. Let's see. This Obsidian Ball gives plus 50 damage bonus, and it's got a hit bonus of plus 10. Holy Plate Armor. Let's see. What's that do? I'm not actually seeing what holy means here. It's not on my list of modifiers here, so it probably does something really good though. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, Obsidian Club, Obsidian Plate Armor, that's plus 20 AC bonus, so that's plus 30 AC. Also got some other things, which aren't as good, but yeah. Unfortunately, Quail here is eradicated. Well, he's unconscious, actually. Oh, Castle Guard! You can't stop us. You really can't stop us. No, I didn't mean to... Hold on. Oh. There we go. Get out of here. They're very green, the castle guards. I mean, maybe they hire orcs for it. I don't know. No reason why they couldn't. Okay, yeah, let's have a look. What's in here? 25,000 gold. They do deal a lot of damage. But we made it out with the loot. I don't actually know whether that would have any negative effect on us. Like, I'm pretty sure you can just steal from there and nobody cares. Or rather, you know, the guards come out, they attack you, but then when you go back, it's just like, whatever. And the game's not that complicated to have, like, you know, what your reputation with people are. Okay, yeah, fine. So you could just open them. There's no real problem. With all the remakes floating around these days, you'd think they'd remake Master and Magic 3 and 5. Yeah. I wonder what... How would you remake them? I guess, like... I guess just, like, updating the graphics? Or something like that? An easier to use UI? Yeah, a proper mouse-driven GUI. Okay. Let's heal people. We did get some stuff out of that. And, yeah, we'll make use of it. So, obsidian plate armor. Yeah, thank you very much. That's really good. Remove 7. Equip 7. Obsidian ball and club. So that's plus 50 damage on the club. The ball I think is two-handed. No, the ball is one-handed. Okay, well, I was going to give the club to my cleric, but I'll give that to Azag. And we can give the ball to the cleric. Let me check let me check modifiers. Da, 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 da. Holy. Plus 30 personality. Is it under that? Well, that would make sense because personality is used by paladins. On my collection of images here, it's got the highest bonus for personality is listed as being hope. So let's check. So Frederick has a personality of 19. If we remove his broken plate armor and equip the holy plate armor, he has a personality of 49 now. Fantastic. I think that gets in spell points, yeah. So we could also give that to the cleric. But she can't wear plate mail. What was it? Plate armor? Holy plate armor, yeah. That does mean the plate, it's just plate armor, so I think its AC is not as good as it could be otherwise. Because it's not like holy obsidian plate armor. It's just holy plate armor, so it just gives plus 10 AC. Yeah, the AC bonus from obsidian is 20. So you have plus 30 AC for 46. Oh right, your obsidian ball. There we go. Guess you could equip that. Oh, you have one. Okay, we don't need that. Static bronze crossbow. Bronze is +2 hit bonus. And static gives +4 electric damage. Yeah, well. Do you have, yeah, just a crossbow, so remove that. Equip that. A lapis katana. That's 4 to 12. Lapis is +2, so that's 6 to 14. What have you got? Amber broadsword. 3 to 12. That's 6 to 15. And the other one was... 6 to 14. Okay. So your amber broadsword is still better. Oh, everyone's armor's broken. Okay, so... silver shortbow. Yeah, sell that. We don't need that. And sell the other longbow. Your emerald chainmail. Actually, someone might be able to make use of that. Cleric, robber. Yeah, okay, so we won't sell that. Let me just leave. That's definitely going to be better than some people's armor. So you have broken scale armor. You have broken chainmail. Let me repair that so I can see what they are. I must have been getting hit by enemies which, like, have a chance to break your armor. Yeah, look at the price on that obsidian plate armor. 200,000 gold. Get this, give it to Brianna. Remove 7, equip 3. That to there. So what do you have? You have chainmail. That is the best which you can get. It's steel, so that's fine. Remove your hand axe. Equip your obsidian club. Yeah, okay. I think that's all fine to sell. Sell the hand axe. Sell the brooch. Sell the leather armor. Sell the warrior plate armor of arrows. Sell that crossbow. Silver amulet of monster finding. Actually, that's just because I haven't equipped it yet, yes. Yeah, you've actually got a silver amulet, so... Do you have anything useful? Glass horn. Nope. Okay. There we go. Very good. I think that was very profitable. I'm gonna save. And we'll go back there and see if we can open up some of the other chests. We gain access to the castle, and what do? We immediately start robbing the place. Yep, and just so they've... Oh no, they haven't forgotten us. The guards are still around. We can't... Can we sleep here? We can't sleep here. How much food do we have? 8 days. Okay. And we just slept slightly out of view of the guards. It's fine. They're very honorable like that. There we go. I mean... You see the moles and maces just doing so much damage to them there. Hello, welcome, welcome. The lowest big guards. Yeah, they are really not that impressive. For the loot which they're guarding. $25,000 gold. $1,000 gold, boots, gauntlets, a sling, a box, chainmail, belt. Let's see. Doesn't look like it's spawned guards again. Gold boots, lucky gauntlets, steel sling, box of feeble minding. Yeah, okay. You'd think a sling could be used by a mage or something, but no. Bronze belt, useless. Amber chainmail, work up better. Box of feeble minding, useless. Steel sling, useless. Lucky gauntlets. That's plus 20 luck. We'll give those to Quail. And gold boots, that's pretty good. I guess I could reload every single time, every time I open it, to see whether I get something better. Got lapis boots, you got silver boots. So gold, I think, was plus 8. You've got ebony boots, which I believe are better. Nope. Those are plus 4. Gold is plus 6. Okay, so remove 7. Equip 6. Silver boots. I think everyone else has got something like that. Yeah, silver's only plus 2. They're no magic, not physics. Says come to chest. I'm tempted. I think I'll refrain from doing so, though. Okay, remove those. Equip those. There we go. I mean, we got some really good loot out of them. So, it will make things much easier. There we go. Suboptimal loot. Yeah, well, if we go up here... there's actually some chests in here, and I believe these have really good stuff in them. The countersign to release this spell. Alarm sounds. The stamping feet of castle guards thunder in the distance. We don't know the counter signs for the spells. For the chest. Looks like it's summoned some more guards. But yeah, in there is like really good stuff. But I don't know the countersign for the box, so. And I'm not gonna look it up. I think that would be a little bit too cheap, especially because I know kind of what's in there. Or at least what's in one of them. Oh, jeez. Stop just killing people. Hey, there's another chest. Unable to pick the lock. 1,000 gold. Staff. Boots. Scale armor. A box. A shield. A cape. A ring. And leather armor. A shield. A tiara. Let's have a look. What are these items? Nice to give an eternal experience mill. I don't know how much experience these guards are giving me. Must be a little bit. Silver boots, leather gauntlet. Right, so iron staff, useless. Iron boots, useless. Pearl scale armor. Useless. Box of monster finding, useless. Steel shield, useless. Gold cape. Well, that's useful. So I think... who's going to wear that? You can equip that. The lucky ring can go to Quail. Lapis leather armor. Yeah, we've got better. Steel tiara. You've got an iron helm. You've got a steel crown. Steel gives +4. So yeah, that would be just +4 again. Bronze isn't that good. There we go. How much luck do you have now? 97 luck. Astounding. He is so lucky. And he just died because he failed to disarm the trap on the door. He is so lucky. Well, he didn't die, he was unconscious. There we go. Looted his junk drawer. Yeah, it feels a bit like that. This is all I had left over. That's why no guards were summoned. Because it's just... he doesn't care. Right, so sell... that... I don't need a box of feeble minding. I don't need the amber chainmail. Or the bronze belt. Silver boots. Leather gauntlets. I believe Cheery, our spellcaster, has a silver dagger. So that's better than the iron staff. Iron boots. I just sold something I didn't mean to. Hold on. I didn't want to sell my static crossbow. Let me reload. Oh, it's before we did this. Okay. Cudgel, ring, 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 shield, short sword, dagger, longsword, ring. Okay. Let's Scarpa. And go back. We might have gotten something better than this. Since I accidentally forgot to save the game afterwards. Okay, let me save. There we go. So, what did we get? A lot of rings. That's good, because multiple characters can wear... a character, I believe, can wear up to 10 rings. Knowledge cudgel. Okay. That gives 12 intellect. But we have an obsidian cudgel, which is better in terms of damage. So I'm going to have him wield that, not the knowledge cudgel. Bronze ring. That will lower AC by 1. It's useless. Ebony ring. That raises AC by 4. That's pretty good. You can have that. No, that was the wrong one. Bronze ring. No, bronze ring. Bronze ring there. Equip 3. Thank you. Steel ring. That's also good. I guess you could equip that. Speed ring. That gives plus 12 speed. That will be useful to basically anyone. Who's the slowest in our party? 18, 13, 11, 11, 8. Okay. Our spellcaster will get that. And a bronze ring. What about here? Steel shield, gold short sword. What does Quail have? Frost pearl short sword. So it deals some frost damage. Plus 4. Pearl is plus 2, plus 2. Gold is plus 4, plus 8. Yeah, the gold one does more. I'm pretty sure. Steel dagger, bronze longsword, pearl ring. Pearl ring, that's going to be plus 2 AC. Yeah, you can wield that. Your armor is also broken, so that's going to be modifying your AC down. Equip 4. And you, remove that. Equip 5. There we go. Do we have anything else? No? Okay. Let's go in here and we'll sell this stuff. Knowledge Cudgel was so dumb. It's a cleric weapon with a wizard stat. Yeah, let me think about that. Yeah, because clerics would use personality. And I think... Oh, what do druids use? Do they use it personality or intellect? Okay, so that... Yeah. Sell the knowledge cudgel. Frost pearl short sword. And a steel shield. Okay. I think that's everything. Druids used to stay at the inn and never get rolled. Would you say it'd be better to take a ranger over a druid? I created this party with just, I don't know, what I felt at the time, so... I haven't played through this game before. I played a little bit of it in the past, but... Finer details of it might be lost on me a bit. I'm learning as I go. Let me think. Okay, we'll go... this way. Nope, that's the wrong place. I want to go over here. Here we go. You wouldn't take either. The only reason you'd ever need one is water walking. You usually find a box gem or whistle for that. Oh, yeah. Okay. What am I doing? Let's see. Do we have any experience? Enough experience for a level? We do. Okay, we're... yeah, around level 10, level 12. Guild's closed. Let's rest. Can we get any new spells? Nope. Nope. And need to get a level. Okay. Right, so now what do I need to do? I haven't gone into the caverns beneath here. No, I didn't want to go back here. I want to find the Here we go. We might be able to do this? Huh. Okay, you look spooky. I don't like the look of you. Are you undead? You are a skull. Phase head. No, you do not seem to be undead. Well, we can kill you with a fireball. Okay, there's an ogre there. Ogre there. There we go. They're easy. Okay, what's in here? Abandoned cask of witch's brew. Drink it? Sure. Your muscles surge with heightened power. Well, that's good. Increases your might. I'm guessing. Just hit him. Ow. Oh, I think it's made Quail go insane. No, he's confused. Okay, so how do we counter that? Let's see. Revitalize is for weakness. I might not have a counter for that. Okay, fine. Just shoot them at range with fireballs. Oh, he's actually all better now. Okay, so it's only temporary confusion. Lightning bolt. Not enough spell points. Yeah, you really don't have that many spell points, do you, Azag? They make weird noises. I guess it's why they confuse. Okay, there's a lot of barrels in here. Pull ogre. Pull lever. Ogre kill. Have nice day. Pull the lever? No. Okay, let's rest. Let's see. What does this one do? Acid! Delightful. Did that damage your weapons? No. Strange carvings mark the outside of the barrel. Search inside? Yes. Acid! You just had to open the lid. You didn't have to, like, drink it. Acid! I'm beginning to see a pattern here. What about this one? Abandoned cask of witch's brew. You have gained understanding and wisdom. Ah, well, that would have been more useful for someone else. Yeah, let me load. So I think the contents of these barrels doesn't really change. Yeah. So that's acid. That's acid. This one, understanding and wisdom. That's going to be intellect, so I'll give that to Thierry. 52 intellect. What's this one? Oh, delicious acid. Nom nom nom. How much food do I have? 7 days. Okay, that's fine. What's in this one? You feel stout like never before. That will increase your endurance. Frederick might be able to make better use of that, actually. So, let's see. He has 16 endurance. After this, he has 21 endurance. I don't know if the stats they give is random. I think it's 5 points. You become a more charming individual. Well, that one will go to, let me see. What's the primary stat of a druid? Intellect and personality. Okay. Okay. Note? Thank you. Personality for the cleric. There we go. 16, 21. Good. Draw of aim. Increase accuracy. Well, pretty much anyone can make use of that, so that's fine. Fortune has smiled upon you. It's increasing your luck. I guess Frederick can make use of that. More. Yeah. Yep. And let's see. So your accuracy is 15, 14, 10, 17, 9, 11. Yeah, I'll just give it to Toru rather. There we go. Okay. What's behind this door? A face skull. And more barrels. Ah, hello. Oh boy, acid. Oh boy, acid. The moon cult is strongest in the land of the gargoyles. Oh, I think we dealt with them. My name is Wartowson. Wartowson, ninja of the Swamp Town clan. I was sent to spy on the Wildebar clan, but was discovered and imprisoned in this barrel. I am now in your debt. You will find me at the gatehouse in Wildebar if ever you need my superior fighting skills. Okay. I guess I could hire some companions or hirelings, I guess. Oh, hello, there's a witch behind there. Wicked witch. And she's dead. Did she do anything to us? Didn't age us. Let me just check up. Let me just check the monster roster. Ranged attack hits all curses equipment. That doesn't sound good. Let's see. Can curse a party's backpack. Are my items cursed? They are. Okay. How do you deal with that? Or is it just don't get hit? Ah, okay, you can remove it at a temple, but that's the only way you can do it. Okay, and like your items won't give you bonuses until you do so. Yeah, okay. We might actually head back and uncurse the equipment then. Do I know where I'm going? No. There we go. Okay, back down. So what's this do? The ground shakes as rumbling fills the air. Okay. It makes everywhere pits. Or everywhere around the lever. Nothing happens. The pits don't disappear? Oh. Don't pull. Do it anyway. What's in this? Actually, hold on. Get out of here, you. The ground shakes as rumbling fills the air. Okay, made more pits. Right, where was that other barrel? Here we go. You. Lone wolf. Curled up in the barrel was a woman wearing robes that bear the marks of a ranger. Thank you for freeing me. My name is Lone Wolf, and I was captured by the witches. I think they planned on sending me to their coven in Cursed Cold Cavern, but it is hard to hear through the wood of the barrel. If you ever need use of my ranger abilities, I'll be in a gatehouse in Wildebar. Okay. What about in here? Someone else? You feel stout, like never before. Okay, another endurance buff. Oh. Powerful shards sit beneath the crystal mountains. Well, I've been there, haven't I? Okay, what's on this one? Your body is overcome by quickening. Oh, your speed has increased. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We found ring mail. No, hold on a moment. Oh, Brother Delta. Delta sits crouched in the barrel, petting a small grey mouse. My little friend here told me you'd be coming. I know of the place you seek, Rainbow Island, but its location is not the final step of your search. It is true the shells are hidden there, but they are kept in a magic portal. Blackwind was a very clever spellbinder, and he crafted a spell that would only release one shell on the same day of every year. The island you seek is to the small isle south of Castle Blackwind, but I do not know the date the portal releases a shell. I believe my other brother, Zeta, may be able to provide More information, I guess. Okay, so let's see. Delta. Islands. Rainbow Island. South of Castle. Black Wind. Releases one shell every same day. You'll be able to provide this final answer for you. I will let him know you seek him. A small whitish salamander with red eyes emerges from a silent stream of dark water and slowly crawls to the barrel. Delta leans over to whisper at the creature, then watches as it returns to the flowing water. There is a thin underground stream that connects this cave, an arachnoid cavern, where you will find Zeta. Oh, okay. Well, I know where that is. Where you will find Zeta. Now take this trinket that it may help you in your quests and leave me to my hiding. Okay. Yeah, we got a Quatlo coin. Look for my brother Zeta. He holds the final answer you need. You could have told me, like, remind you where he is, if you forget. Oh. Get out of here. Okay, well, I went to the, arachnoid cavern, but then I got destroyed by a toxic worm. That was not pleasant. Oh, what does this say about this? The ogres that could not be driven from Locust Grove were captured by the dwarves and placed in cells, where they are watched by the witches, who use this cavern as a brewery. From here, the witches barrel their brew and send it to their coven in the Frozen Isles. But witches have been known to smuggle captured adventurers to their coven to use the sacrifices, so search the barrels for friends in need of help. Okay, now it actually does list it up there. Seek Brother Zeta in Arachnoid Cavern. Return the artifacts of good to the rightful seat in Castle Whiteshield. And render the ultimate power orbs unto Zealot, King Righteous, and give strength to the hands of the good. Okay. It is nice this game has a in-game like log of the quests you have at the moment. I know many other games wouldn't actually have that. You have to write it all down yourself. Even after this game was made. I think Pool of Radiance I had to write all that stuff down. Right, I think those two had acid in them. Let me have a look at a map. Is there anything else which I've forgotten in here? This place is just a massive maze. This is Wildebar Cavern. Okay, so entrance. It's telling me to pull the levers, but the levers didn't seem to do anything other than open up pits in the ground. Okay, and I've defeated the boss. That's the Wicked Witch. Oh, and this cavern's not that complicated. It is really just a long, winding path. Yeah. See, I'm sure sometimes I look at a map and it's only a part of what the dungeon is, but other times I feel I look at a map and it's actually the entire place. This is the entire place. So, yeah, I've been everywhere. And we can just leave. There we go. Okay. So with that done, let's see. I think I have a number of keys I could use to open up dungeons. Oh, my plate armor is broken. Okay. Let's go to the shop and repair that. Where's the shop? Here we go. Oh, yeah. Did I get something? Brass ring bell. Nope. Lapis broadsword. No, don't sell that. Okay, fix 2. What do you have? Steel mace. Shield of acid streams. Amber crown. Pearl necklace. I don't need any of that. Okay. So I could go to the Arachnoid Cavern. Did I not have a... Yeah, green eyeball key. There we go. And I thought I'd found another one somewhere. But I might have used it when I opened up a dungeon. Green eyeball key. Where do I use that? There's the Arachnid Cavern. Speaking of which, let's just go across this way. Oh. Yeah, I need a red key to get in there. I think... Hut is empty. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, we're over here. Nope. Did I clear out this place? I don't think so, because there was bugaboos. I think we've been mostly everywhere in here. Yeah, look at that. This dungeon is larger, so it doesn't fill up the entire map. What's this say? This cavern is littered with the bones of unfortunate adventurers eaten by the Cyclops. There are many pools filled with the drained life juices of these fallen warriors. Legends say the pools harbor strange powers. The Cyclops King lives in the deepest and darkest chamber of the cavern. Oh, these, right. Yeah, these pools which you can step into and they, like, I think deal electric damage, but can give you bonuses. Let's see. You're more resistant to the shock of electricity. Right, that one's like... That one helps you resist the other ones. There we go. Right, yeah, and I got the green key from here. I guess. Okay, so what does this do? 10,000 gold. 500 gems and 10. Let's load. Okay. Found a staff, a katana, a charm, boots. Ah, and your plate mail's plate armor is broken. How useful. Bronze staff, bronze katana, iron charm, seething iron boots of water walking. Well, I mean, yeah, the water walking is useful. But I think we've all got better boots than iron. I don't think there's a way for me to actually dodge that. Red Warrior's Key. Hey, there we go. We might be able to get into that other dungeon now. Can we go around these? It just seems like a dumb idea to walk through it, but oh well. Or we did loop around, did we? Nope. Oh, hello. You're a Cyclops. Jeez. What a delightful sound. Dragon breath. Immobilize. Yeah, this isn't going well. Wop wop. That was before this. Hold on, we'll rest up. Okay, there we go. Well, we can't deal with that. That, Cyclops just kicks my butt. I think I hit it, like, once. What was the items we got? Iron pike, pearl crossbow, gold ring, steel scale armor. Okay, your AC is 19 now because your armor's broken. Pearl crossbow. That'd be +2. You have a static bronze crossbow. You have lapis crossbow. Lapis is +2/+2. Pearl is +2/+2. Okay, so pearl's the same as lapis. I think that means that the lapis would be better than... Oh, the pearl would be better than the normal longbow. Get out of here. You things are old news. Plate mail, ring mail, scarab. Lapis plate mail, bronze ring mail, steel scarab. Well, I guess someone could hold the scarab. Did I have a look at this one? Nothing in the pool. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in here. Let me have a look at the Cyclops. See if there's, like, some way I could, feasibly beat it. Okay, here we go. No? It does have a truckload of hit points though, so yeah, I don't think we're going to be hurting that. It's got high magic resistance. Basically, it's got like 80 magic resistance with no other resistances. and like 1,000 hit points. So, yeah, it's just not something which we can deal with at the moment. I want to repair my armor. I always overstep it. There we go. Sell iron pike. Sell steel scale armor. Lapis plate mail. And bronze ring mail. Okay. We've still got a green eyeball key in our inventory, but I don't have that red warrior's key, which we picked up. Or did I pick it up, or did I die after I got it? I might have died after I picked it up. Let's go back. Because I want that, because it opens up another dungeon. Okay, so it was this way. I just turned around. There it is. The red warrior's key. Okay. So rest. And we can head out with that. There we go. Okay, who has that key? You. Give it to... You, yeah, I thought you had it. And good thing I noticed your chainmail is broken. Okay, everything all right now? Good. Okay. Okay. Now that we've got that, save, and let's go down over here. I believe the other dungeon was. I think it was this one. A red shield is fastened to the dungeon door. Enter. Yes. Dark warrior keep. Yeah, this sounds fine. Oh, hello. It's got mad dwarves in it. Well, we could deal with those. What does Korax have to say about this place? For many ages, evil warriors have used this dungeon as their hideaway. Even the dwarves with no space that escaped defeat at Castle Whiteshield fled here. All that is required for sanction is to do the bidding of the top jouster, who guards 2 ultimate power orbs, which he believes to give him power over his so-called subjects. It does kind of sound like a more of an end-game area. I haven't even considered getting any of those ultimate power orbs just yet. Statue of Fortune's Bane, Steed of the First Night. Read the inscription? Not yet. Great mystery lies hidden in these walls, guarded by the mightiest of warriors. Any who enter must be prepared to fight, for death is the only alternative. Okay. I'm kind of thinking what we might be able to deal with these mad dwarves, all right. Their leader might be more than we can deal with. Hello, evil rangers. Looks like they're going after my druid. What's this? Your muscles surge with heightened power. Well, I would prefer that on someone else. Let me just check people's inventories. You need more items. It's because you got such good armor, you really don't need other items. Okay, so your might's 44, 21. Yeah, let's give it to Frederick. I don't know how a rotting skeleton increases your might, but let's not question it. The Statue of Desert Breeze. 200 yellow soldiers marched across the swamp to drive the Minotaur back into his maze. Few returned. That sounds important. Okay. This piece of paper is filling up a fair bit. Oh, is there going to be like a different wing of this place? What's in here? Gold. Coin. Plate armor. 3,000 gold. Chainmail. Chainmail. Belt. Coin of distortion. Oh, you have to have it in your hand. Okay. Steel plate armor. Burning ogre chainmail of water walking. So burning is that's +5 fire resistance. It's really not that good. Ogre is +8 might, and then it's just chainmail, so that's +6. And then water walking, you can cast water walking. Gold belt though. You have a crystal belt, which is +1 AC. Whose AC is the lowest? The druids. Okay, Azak, you get a gold belt. Go. You now have 34 AC. Very good. Did we get anything else from that? No. Okay. Let me just check these walls. Is there anything hidden behind them? No, doesn't look like it. Okay. Save. You can just, like, rest anywhere, as long as there's not enemies, like, attacking you. It looks like you could just rest whenever you want. How much does that hurt you? 2 hit points. Okay, that's fine. Oh, hello. Get out of here. You're not Aragorn. Go. And they drop a nice amount of gems. Ooh, hello. We are running a little low on food. Right. That's the Crusader Knight? Whatever. Let's see. What do I have? Cast Power Shield. On you 3. Hello? I don't know what your stats are going to be. Right. Rip. Your stats are going to be that. Just death. Dragon's Breath. You're probably gonna have really high resistance against everything. Oh. Oh, yeah. Hey! One-shot killing. Okay, let's not trouble him then. Bye. Well, good news is, since we know where he is, we can avoid that place. It is something I don't know, I'm not necessarily too much of a fan about this game. It seems like enemies often are either they're really easy, and you defeat them without a thought, or they basically one-shot you, and there seems to be very little in between. It just explodes. I guess early on, there's a bit more, like, variance, but I know later in the game. Study your map carefully. Enemies really are just like... I think there becomes very much, if you don't have certain resistances against effects, they will just wipe your party. But if you do have them, and the proper tools, then it's quite easy. Oh, there's another one. Okay, so there are multiple of those, like, knights in here. 2,000 gold. It's not too bad. Nope. Hello, welcome, welcome. I am doing pretty well, thanks. I hope you're doing well. We're exploring dungeons and avoiding enemies which are far too tough for us. There we go. Chests. There we go. Oh, I think also you can see the amount of damage I'm dealing by how big the blood splat is, which appears. So if it's a little blood splat, it's not too much damage. If it's a massive one, then yeah. Then it probably lost an arm or something. Doing good? Good to hear. Great to see I'm reliving a classic. Yeah, I'm playing through Black Magic 3. I've said no promises that I'll be able to go through the entire thing. It's kind of lengthy, and I haven't done that before. But hey, we're going pretty well so far. Till the game starts doing things like that. I think I've gotten further now than I did when I was playing it. The last time I like made any major progress in it. I don't like this place. You never finished this yourself, it is a very long game. Yeah. Like, I don't think the areas after this place are like okay, we're reloading. Really that much like larger than this one, but we might come back here. These enemies like, oh, I thought that Crusader was a boss. No, there's just multiple of them now. Get out of here. There we go. I don't know why I'm moving quickly. It's not like that's going to make any difference. Wop wop. Yeah, I think we'll come back here later. This place looks to be a little powerful for me at the moment. I've gotten a little bit out of it, but okay. You're thinking about Magic series, you've actually only finished 6 and 7. I think I've made the most progress in 6 myself. Those ones, 6, 7, 8, are much easier to get into than these earlier ones. I've watched playthroughs of 3, 4, and 5. But yeah, I haven't played them through on my own. Let's have a look in here. Castle Bloodrain. Nope. Let's not go down the dungeon. Katoth. Once the castle's shrine was filled with artifacts from the glorious past. but they were scattered during the Great War of the Alignments. I, Chatoth, am bent on the task of securing their return. If you should discover any in your quest, a great reward awaits their return. The first is in flower and also in bloom. Let's save. Wow, okay. Nope, you cannot open this door. Have I played those before? You never played 1 and 2. Have I played those before 3? No. 3 is about as far back as I'm willing to go in the series. I might have a look briefly at 1 and 2 at one point, but while mechanically very similar to Might and Magic 3, what the heck? Okay, whatever. They're a little bit too primitive to really hold me for any length of time. Visually, mostly. I tried to make some progress on my own in Might and Magic 1. It's very unforgiving, even more so than this. Mostly because it involves a lot of, like, going back and forth. What's this? Why is it orcs have no luck raising chickens? They plant the eggs too deep. Haha. Well, there's some chests. Tumult, King Chaotic. A very interesting time it is indeed, my friends. The good King Righteous and Malefactor are vying for the souls of men like two dogs tearing at a piece of meat. It is my sole desire to agitate their conflict and keep it such that the bulk of their forces remain pitted against each other and out of my affairs. Bring me the power orbs so my influence may ride above that of the battling forces of good and evil. Yeah, I think this guy's kind of like the neutral guy. As long as I keep them in check with each other, my schemes can be executed unhindered. Though evil schemes are quick to gain, neutral plots shall be their bane. Yeah, this is like the neutral castle. There's a good castle, and then there's an evil castle. The powers of good pledge peace to life, but the neutral mind delights in strife. What's in these? In days of old, what were the frozen isles named? Austria. Incorrect password. Okay, I don't have the passwords for those. Yeah. Okay. They all have the same password on them. I think the biggest problem when it goes back to going to like older games like Might Magic 1, 2, and other ones like Ultima 1, 2, and 3 is the games end up missing out on niceties that you come to expect in role-playing games, and I'm willing to put up with a fair degree of inconvenience when it comes to playing these games, because I sort of know to expect that to a degree, right? Like, oh, instant death traps. Okay, it's annoying, but they exist, so I kind of put up with them. But when you go further back, it becomes more things like common enemies will, you know, frequently kill members of your party. So you got to go all the way back to town, heal up, go all the way back out again. Or go through dungeons multiple times because, you know, if your party members die, well, you got to start it all over again. And it's just like, The inconveniences get larger. It kind of makes sense for the time period, because I guess you'd spend a lot of time playing the game. But there's also, I guess, just patience and more patience at the time. And I don't really mean that in a good way. I know when I played games, when I was a lot younger, I would spend quite a lot of time, like, figuring out puzzles and all that. Taking, like, weeks or months to finish something. But, that's not really a good thing. I like puzzles, but I don't know. Anyway. Old games often disrespect your time. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to describe it. It's like the mechanics are good, but then there's just design aspects to the game, even like where it's just the developers were like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if this happens? Kind of like the exploding chests here. I mean, even then, the chest explodes. I reload on the spot. In an older game, I might very likely have to reload a save I can only make in town. So then I have to go all the way back out to the dungeon down there again, and you know, the same thing happens, but it becomes more of an ordeal. Right, so I've gone through the Wildebark caverns. I've gone through the Ogre caverns. Oh, right, the Arachnid one. Which is right here. Okay. And before, when I went in here, as well as there being a spider to meet you right at the beginning. Apologies if anyone has arachnophobia. The spiders in this game are particularly scuttleish. It's kind of funny that a lot of RPGs are just like, I don't know. I've said before, I do like enemies which have things like instant, like, death spells, or, you know, they can petrify your party or something like that, because it becomes an interesting puzzle to try and overcome it. But then whenever it happens, you do just reload the game and then try it again with the appropriate buffs. You don't, like, take the damage, go back to town, resurrect them, spend the money, buy scrolls, and then go back out. You just reload. It's interesting. I wouldn't even do that back in the day. It's not like new thing now. Because it's like, well, why would you? I guess it's kind of against the spirit of the game, but Strike their gongs to summon more vermin from their cubby holes. Oh, that's what those do. Yeah, let's not break that. I wonder if they'll spawn spiders just for every time I hit the gong. Party found a deadly swarm scroll. Save. What's this do? Gong. I'm not seeing beetles. Well, there's a spider, but that might have been there to begin with. Hmm. Do you have... Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Cure poison on yourself. There we go. Oh. Very nice of the spiders to just line up like that. Okay. Recharge item scroll. Yes. I guess that's supposed to summon more spiders? I feel like I could shoot multiple times before they actually get into melee. Okay, pardon, I pressed the button a few too many times there and it buffered my inputs. Ooh, okay. It's quite a few spiders. Oh, we actually killed one at range. A yellow fortress key. Okay. Boing. Hmm. Okay, so This is where that worm is again. Yeah. I mean, it was hurt by electricity, so let's see if we can cast lightning bolts on it. Sparks? Okay, there we go. Blue unholy key. What's your problem? You're poisoned. Okay. Save. There could be another one. Anyone's armor damaged? No. Okay, good. Crystals. What do you do? Green sparks burst within the crystal. Touch it? Yeah. You have become a more charming individual. Personality has gone up. Okay. Let's reload. So, personality. That will be important for Paladin or the Druid. Paladin, you have personality of 49. Druid has personality of 15. There we go. Now you have personality of 20. Nothing happens. Okay, you can only use it once. A majestic seat of honor sits on a marble dais? Dais. Approach the throne? No. Hold on. Lord Accuracy. I am Lord Accuracy. This is my clue. Add half the number there could be of you. You mean 3 or 4? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Another riddle. Running around licking random crystals. They're tingly. Oh, I think there's multiple of those rooms. Yeah, there is. Okay. Yep. Okay, good. Oh, there's another one. We'll just rest here. I guess I could try, Dragon Breath. Okay. Again, how much food do we have? 2 days. Hmm. I am Lord Luck. This is my cute clue. Add Lord Mike's number. Then multiply by 2. Okay. Let's see this. Understanding of wisdom. Okay. That's going to be intellect, so... There we go, 57 intellect. Okay. Let me save. Also, I'm going to have a quick break, so I will pause the recording here and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. The party has found a half for me scroll. What's that do? Pardon a moment. Okay. I got myself some biscuits. Hello, welcome, Lothar. Let's see. The extreme act of mercy. This spell will heal one character completely or almost completely, but half of the damage that was healed is done to the caster. Okay. Alright, the caster on a character with not too much hit points. That doesn't sound too useful in the long run. Okay, so I think... Gone through that one. Oh, holy moly! That's a lot of bugs. No, don't dismiss anyone. We need everyone for this. I guess that's where my gong summoned them. Good thing they're piddly easy. Dismiss the dino beetles. I'm doing so. With extreme prejudice. Found nothing. Find nothing. A cure poison scroll. Yeah, well, we already know that, but... Another gong, eh? Yeah, sure. More spiders. Why not? Well, I can think of some reasons why not. But apparently I'm not paying attention to myself. I guess it spawns them in, like... each of the four corners of this place? What do you do? Large beetle. No, let's not. I've had my yucks banging gongs. Find nothing. Okay, here's another one of those alcoves. What's food? 2 days. Okay. Right. Okay, hello. Cast. Electric. Okay, good. There's another one in here, is there? No, there is 2 crystal bunches in here, though. Oh boy. More, epic crystal touching action. Touch it. Touch. I said don't touch it. Become a more charming individual. Personality. Okay. Well, you don't need that. That's for the paladin or for the cleric. Oh. I thought I saved after I fought the thing. Kill it. We could have killed it if people would actually hit the thing. Tough worm, yeah. It can poison on hit too, so not very pleasant. So let's see, green sparks. Okay, that one's personality. For the druid again. He needs it. Azak needs to be more charming. Understanding of wisdom. Okay, that's intellect. Yep. There we go. A majestic seat of honor sits on the marble dais. The throne is unoccupied. And my light spell wore off as soon as I stepped onto it. That's ominous. Okay, there's another room here. This is not the way to Yellow Key. Who are you trying to fool? There's a throne here. And some more strange humming emanates. Yes. 6. Understanding and wisdom. 67 intellect. Lord Speed. I am Lord Speed, and this is my clue. Subtract 449 is all you must do. Okay. I am Speed. And all I do is sit on this throne. All day. Bones? A fiery flail scroll. Okay. Brother Zeta. Oh, hey, here you are. Quite a journey you must have made to end up before me. But be assured it has not been in vain, for my brother has told me what you seek, and I have the answer. When the year wears long, in its 99th day, will the portal created by Blackwind release a shell on Rainbow Island. Okay, so... "99th day of the year. I hope this will serve you well, but I must now ask you to leave, for there is much that occupies my mind. Add this trinket to your others my brothers gave you." He gives us a Quatlu coin. "Please, there is much that troubles my mind. Leave me alone to my thoughts." Okay. I appreciate that they had, like, a little bit of extra dialogue there in case you tried to talk to them again. I think I missed a room on the other far side of this, Don't dungeon. Like over here or something. Yeah, here we go. Okay, more worms. Beware the trolls of Castle Bloodrain. Many trapdoors lie hidden in Wildebar Cavern. Okay. That would be from the levers, I guess. Green sparks. This will be personality again. Let me check something. Is personality used by clerics? Personality. Yes. Okay. So rather than giving it to Azag, I'll give it to Brianna. There we go. Lord Endurance. I am Lord Endurance. This is my clue. Count these thrones and add that too. Okay, plus thrones number. Oh, here's another one of these rooms. Worm? Please tell me I've killed all of those. Nature's Gate scroll. Yeah, sure. Azag learns Nature's Gate. Shoot the crystals. Strange humming. This will be an intellect, wouldn't it? Yep. What's your intellect now? 40, 72. Lord Word. I am Lord Word, and this is my clue. Subtract my price, and you will be through. You're not a statistic. What is this? Okay. I mean, that might be 4. 50 gems is the fee I request to teach the skill linguist. Oh. $50. Teach the skilled linguist. Will you pay my meager mead to satisfy your need? Yeah, sure. There. What does linguist do? Only one character needs the skill. It will allow you to understand something which we'll come across later. Okay. Oh, I'm out of food. Okay. Oh, hello. Lord Prayer. Lord Prayer sits on his throne, angrily swatting at tiny dragons buzzing around him. I'm Lord Prayer, this is my clue. Multiply by the number of gongs to make your answer true. Good lord. Times... Gong number. A cleric's power can be improved greatly through silent meditation. He closes his eyes and a clap of thunder and short downpour of rain can be heard to the left. Will you donate 500 gems and be granted the title Prayer Master? Yeah, sure. What's that do? Prayer Master. Gives users of cleric magic plus 2 spell points per level. Retroactively? Maybe. Still, that's a nice, increase. And you? Lord Magic. The floor around Lord Magic's throne is almost knee-deep in water. I am Lord Magic, this is my clue. Subtract the gongs and multiply by 52. Lord Magic waves and swirls his hands with dizzying speed and accuracy, producing a tiny dragon that flies down the corridor to the right. Prestidigitation is a handy craft for sorcerers. I can teach you for 500 gems. Will you pay? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm guessing that increases spell points by ×2 for sorcerers. Or spell point gain. Okay. Yep. Okay. If you're wondering why it pauses, it's because I'm changing the view for me to full screen. When I go to check my notes, I have to minimize it. Seek the blue key in the northern catacombs. Did I get that? Oh, hello. There's at least one more of these worms. Ah! That's more than one of the worms. There's another one behind him. Damn it. Okay. People died during that, or passed out during that, so they might not have gotten all the experience, but I think I'm fine with that. There we go. The status effect faces are pretty good. Yeah. There's actually unique ones for every effect in the game. I believe that's something they continued for all the latest Might and Magic games as well. They can get very humorous, especially for like insanity and drunkenness. I do enjoy that, and there's a whole bunch of different faces too, so... They're all different. There we go. Party is starving. Yep. Okay, okay. So... Okay, good. It looks like we cleared out this room. So... What starving means, I believe, is that you just won't regenerate your hit points when you rest. I don't think you can die of starvation. He says, being unsure. Let's try not to find out. What's this do? Okay, that's luck. You. Okay, so that's where I came in. So luck. Luck again. One moment. Okay, I'm actually reading up about I'm actually reading up about these crystals, just to see whether they are just increasing luck or whether they increase a bunch of things. Okay. Yeah, I think they do. So, it's luck, luck. Mysterious liquid flows from the tip of the crystal vein. Drink it? Yeah, sure. You become truer of aim. Well, that's fine, not a runner. Green sparks. That is... No, that's personality. Okay, so... Your accuracy is 10, your accuracy is 14. Give it to you. Your accuracy is 20. Yes, so that's personality. So let's give that to... Brianna. Yeah, it's 36 personality now. Strange humming. Understanding and wisdom. Mysterious liquid. Right, that's accuracy again. Frederick can have that. Okay. Save. Lord Might, to solve my riddle best, you must visit all the lords in this cavern and collect their clues. Then you will be able to determine the magic number, but only if you proceed in an order Lord Word would find agreeable. Start with mine, it's 2 primes less, then twice the crystals in this mess. You mean the entire cavern or just your room? Okay. Know you the answer to my riddle? No. Okay. Oh boy. I think I found all of the characters then. Right, so we start with Might, but then we arrange the others in alphabetical order. So it's accuracy, endurance, luck, magic, prayer, speed, word. Okay. I think that's all of them. I hope that's all of them. Let's see, how many crystals are in his room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. There's 6 in his room. Does he mean 6 in the all the crystals in the entire place? I don't know. We'll go off with this. So, 2 primes less than twice the crystals. So, twice the crystals would be 12. 2 prime numbers less than that. Oh boy. That would be 11 and 9. So that, I think that would be 9. A reminder, prime numbers are ones which are only divisible by themselves in 1. Or only multiples of themselves in 1. Oh, yeah, 9's not a prime. Yeah, good point. Because it's multiple by 3 by 3. I know stuff. It's 7 then. Yeah, because it goes 1, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. 17. Maybe. Anyway. Okay, so we got 7. Then accuracy. Add half of the number, but there's no half of 7. So that can't be right. So he must mean all the crystals in the entire place. Let's see. How many are there in here? So I just make sure that I'm right. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many are in here? 2. Okay, so that's 8. I could just look up the answer, but hey, let's try and do this legitly. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 'Okay, we're back here. So I think there's 13 crystals. So twice that is 26. 2 prime numbers less than 26. That would be 23. 19. I think. But then it says add half the number. Again, it's like what, half of a It's far too late for me to be doing this type of math. Which one was accuracy? No, I don't need that. And half the number there could be of you. Oh, right. Okay, so 19, half the number there could be of us. I guess that would be 4, because there could be 2 more members of a party. I mean, let's see. 3, that would be 22. 4 would be 25. No, 23. Okay, then endurance. Plus the thrones number. Okay, heading off, Wex. Okay, well, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good trip. So the thrones. I'm gonna guess there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 thrones. So if we go to that, there is then either 30 or 31. Luck is next. Add Might's number, then times 2. So that was 19. So you add... Hold on. Plus 19, that's 49, or 50. Then you times it by 2, so that's 100, or... There. 98. Then you do magic, which is the number of gongs minus the number of gongs, and then times 52. So I believe there's 4 gongs. There's 1 in each of the different corners of the dungeon. Hold on, there's a spider infestation I have to deal with. Get out of here. Can't you see I'm making my head hurt doing math? It's not even really complicated math, it's just follow what you've been told to do. The only difficult part is trying to, like, figuring out what they mean by the different counts and all that. I gotta say, guess there could be of you would mean the entirety of it. So even these 2 slots up here. So that would be 4. Okay, so there's 1 there. And then there's 1 there. There's 1 here. And there's 1 over here. So, yeah, I'm gonna say that there's 4 gongs, 1 in each of the main corners of the room. Let me just head back to where I was. Okay, fine, whatever. So, 4 gongs. So you minus the number of gongs and time it by 52. So, that would be either 96 or 94. And I'm unabashedly going to use the calculator for this part. Okay, so 96 times 52. 4,992. Or 94 times 52. 4,888. Okay, so that's magics. Let me just... Okay. Next up is prayer, which is times the number of gongs. So that's 4. So we do 4,992 times 4. Is 19,968, or 4. Uh, 19,552. Then you have speeds, which is minus 449. Which is 19,519, or 19,103. And then you have words, which is subtract 50 from that. So 19519 103. Okay, so subtracting 50 from that. 19,469, or 19,053. Okay. So one of those two numbers, I guess. Where are you? So I can find you, get this wrong, and then look up the answer. Okay, so... Right, the first number is... Yes. 19469. Incorrect. Yes, I know the answer. 19053. Incorrect. There we go. How did I know that would be the case? Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what this says. First, Lord Bite mentioned that you should start with his number, and that it's 2 primes less than twice the crystals in this mess. If you counted correctly, you will find that there are 13 crystals on Arachnoid Cavern. Times 2, that's 26. Yeah, got that. Now you need to take 2 primes less than this number. In case you don't know, prime number is a number that can only be divided by 1 in itself. The first prime number less than 26 is 23. The second is 19, so Lord's Might number is 19. Hooray, got that right. Another thing he says is that you should follow the other clues in an order Lord Word would find agreeable. Sounds complicated, but turns out there's nothing but a difficult way of saying it in alphabetical order. Yep, got that. Might only because he said you should start with him. Accuracy, endurance, luck, magic, prayer, speed, and word. Yep, I really must have just found it somewhere along the way. You already have Might's number, so proceed with his accuracy. His clue is add half the number there could be of you. The maximum number of party members is 8. So you need to add 4 to the 19 you already had. That's 23. Yep. Next is endurance. Count these thrones and add that 2. There is a total of 10 thrones in Arachnoid Cavern. So add that to 23, make 33. I counted 8. Because there's the 2 groups of 2, isn't there? Or I missed the 2 for, like, prayer and magic or whatever. Okay, so that's where I read wrong. So it's 10 thrones. So add 10 to 23, that's 33. Lord Luck. So 19 to 33 makes 52, and multiply that by 2 to get 104. Subtract the gongs and multiply by 52. The number of gongs in the cavern is 4, so subtract 4 to get 100, and multiply that by 52 to get 5,000 and 5,200. Prayer is next. Multiply by the number of gongs. There are 4 gongs, so multiply by 4 and you get 20,800. Speed is next. Subtract 449. You get 20,351. And then Lord says subtract his price, which is 50 gems. So subtract 50 and you get 20,301. $20301. You have solved my puzzle. $1 million XP. Yeah, sure. I got it mostly wrong. Except for the number of thrones. Oh well. I alone possess the power to restore the crystals in this cavern. Give me 5,000 gems, and they will once again bestow their blessings upon you. Pay? No. Okay, well... I guess we didn't need to do that. I was expecting some kind of, like, reward, for, what's it called? Solving it. You know, like a quest item or something. But, hey. We got experience. That's nice. Where's the way out of this for Schlegger Cave? We did get what we came here for, though, which was the, Brother Zeta. Right, is the exit down here? Yes, there it is. Okay. Look! All that malarkey went on for like an extra hour. We got 1 million experience points out of it, though. Let's, go train. Okay, yeah. 1 million experience. It sounds like a lot. It gives you basically 1 or 2 levels. But that's cool. Okay. We also got the yellow fortress key from that, which that was for another dungeon. But we might not be able to do that just yet either. Okay. I'm going to save it there, and we'll continue with this next time. I'm going to have to read what I need to do next, because I'm a little lost on where the game's expecting me to go next. I guess we have water walking, so I could just go across the ocean. That would probably end up with me having to find the islands which are of my level. But anyway, math puzzles and getting very powerful items from lords' castles and all that. Oh boy. Then we'll continue this. We'll continue with this next time.